me home. Fuck yeah. Okay, so... Ooh, Lucina, what are you selling? It's all crazy things that you don't, like, care about. So, wood. A lot of wood. Okay, wood. A lot of wood. Look at all that wood. I want to fill the box now. I think I kind of want to fill the box now. When I see the endless box, I'm like, oh yeah, let's fill that box, you know, why not? And that way I can always have money. I like chopping the tree, my trees, I do, actually. I like my mortal trees. I have a lot of them. I wish I had more. Nope, that tree sucks. There we go, here's a good tree. There's Iori. Curio Vendor Moogle. $30,000 gil for these level 99 thingies. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, it's like all of the gender stuff. Oh, wow, it's all the gender stuff. I can buy my Taru stuff. Oh, yeah, look how good those things are. So for 200k, I can just buy the fucking, the gender stuff. That's cool. Man, this is such a weird old game, but look at all the cool, like, content that isn't there unless you buy retail. This is a crystal. Yeah, this is my crystal. Yeah, so I remember this. I had to like focus on this so much. Oh, I wonder if I should go look at my ROE. Where is ROE? Pioneer registration. I've done a lot of the wow seeker stuff. Wow, that's kind of cool. I had this level 70 thief dancer, and dancer's cool. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. But I mean, I would prefer, I think, I don't know, like the coolest ability in the game to me is charm, because you can always just take something from the like the surrounding like lands to fight at the same level of whatever your target is. And that's actually so beneficial. You can always just release it and fight it or whatever with your truss. But I mean, in terms of like actual ability, I think Beastmaster is actually the highest in terms of solo. Then there's, well, I don't know, like in places like I mean, a level 75 campaign battle, Beastmaster is basically worthless because you can't charm anything. It's all humanoid. So it's sort of weird, but you can also jug pet that, but you probably have to, probably have to level cooking and stuff. Final Fantasy 11 is a really deep game like World of Warcraft, and it's not this slow, you can see it's not this fast World of Warcraft thing where you can just kind of blaze your way through it. It's kind of a lifestyle. I really like that mini map at the top of the screen. I think that's actually so good. It helps me really figure out where I'm going. I like that a lot. Yeah, we're in Windy. I need to buy an instant warp scroll, so I'm just gonna go do that so I can get out of whatever situation I'm in. And then we're going to try and buy vellum from the auction house, because if that blocks me, I swear to God, this is gonna sound fucking crazy, but if it blocks me, if it wants like 300,000 gil, which I'm sure it will, I will go level fucking leathers. I will level leatherworking, because retail, I'm sure that my progress will stay there. And I could just go, I mean, crystals will be the most annoying thing, but even that is stuff that you can get. Everything is a barrier that you can get around, and I really love Final Fantasy 11. I think I'm going to dedicate this channel to Final Fantasy 11. It's funny, but you can't really make a living out of Final Fantasy 11. I know that you can't. So it'll just be like in the main. It'll be running in the main spot, I think. And in the background, I'll play Mortal, and I'll just keep leveling gold, and I'll keep leveling things and paying upkeeps and stuff like that. If the upkeep for a priest and a... I don't know. I don't pull in that much every day. The minute that you don't do it, you lose whatever it is. I'm doing it the right way. Now I'm here, and I could have teleported around. And I'm going to start getting used to that. Yeah, like, I want to go see the NPC, so I'm learning that, yes, there is a crystal here, and I should just use that to teleport to the other crystal, right? And I have, like, these nice, fancy maps. You know, you can mod the graphics in this game to make the NPCs look better, but I'm beginning to understand with all these other games, it's not really that advisable. I just need I need like an NPC, so take me to, in the current region, I want to go to woods. Yeah, no, yeah, that guy. Yes, please. Oh, cool, this mod is so good, it like helps you figure out where you're going. Yeah. Yeah, I really love Final Fantasy 11 retail, actually. I like retail. I don't know why I ever left it. I know why I left it, because you can't get XP parties there. But you can here if you keep your cap as 75. I didn't think about 75 cap link shell. But yeah, like keep a 75 cap link shell. Repairer. I am trying to get my signet. There we go. And then get an instant warp scroll. Oh, I see. So the timer was actually in the perfect place, but I could bring them down so it doesn't block it. Yeah, like that. I see. So, okay. So, instant warp. Yes, please. There we go. We got a scroll of instant warp, and now I can get out. Man, there's all this stuff. Like there's a powder boot that gives you flee. I need to go buy that. There's all this stuff I can do because I have trust, and I can just go get that thing, like that thing. I should finish Xylard and get Sky Access, because I can. I can just do the rank and quest because I have the fucking trust to do it. Level 70 is a good... Like, I don't even know if I'll break the 70 cap. Why not sit at level 70 so everything's a fucking challenge, and you know, with the trust, it actually feels like you're XP partying and stuff. I might actually experiment quite a bit with the level cap, you know? So, okay, what am I doing? I am, I'm going to move to the next tree. Okay, and I want the music louder. I just turned down the, like the nature of it. I love the fucking Winters music. It's so good. Yeah. Okay, so, there we go. I am trying to get out. Oh no, I guess I'm not turning in though, am I? I'm in Hagekin. No, I'm ready to leave. I just need to make sure I've got everything. I do. Okay, go out. Yep. We are headed out.
Autopilot engaged.
Dawn Wizard looks fucking cool. So I am currently going to wait. Where is ROE? Like where is the ROE at? Records of Eminence. It's in quests. Yeah, here we go. Current 31 out of 30 spoils, win crystals and stuff. Yeah, cool. Spoils, right? Objective list fan about. Objective list. I don't have anything. Sparks 51 328. Unity accolades, right? Cool. Chocobo on the loose. Yeah. So anyways, cool. So yeah, we're doing Final Fantasy retail. I want to go to my Mog Garden. Let's go look at the Mog Garden before we do anything else, right? So, yeah, we need to go look at the price of Vellum. The other thing I need to do is go back. I want to flee. I remember now why I did Thief, because you get Flee. I mean, maybe Thief Dancer would be a pretty good class to just start cracking all the game with, because I can always flee around. Without Flee, it's going to annoy me so fucking bad. All the other classes will annoy me. Maybe I should just stick to the class that I leveled as. I think I was right to do it. Look, I can run all super fast all the time. So, but I came to look at Vellum in the leather working. Vellum and leather working materials of the leather crafting. We are looking for Vellum. I want you to sort by Vellum. A stack of Vellum is 450,000 gil. Singles are 15k. So I mean, yeah, I could like buy like 3 of these, but I don't have Vellum. So where else can I get Vellum? You can produce it at level 31 with sheep leather, rolling berry, and gold dust.
Autopilot jumping.
But I mean, yeah, if I want Vellum, I've got to buy it at 550k a pop. And I mean, you have to craft this. You can't.
Warp drive active.
$12 sheets of Vellum. So that's a whole challenge in and of itself. I've got to reach 550k worth of Vellum. Let's go see what the price of copper is. Oh, retail feels good. I'm going to go back to this game. It feels so good. It feels so good. Let's go see what the price of copper is. Oh my god, I have access to everything on the list. It's so beautiful, and I almost want to cry. Goldsmithing, but I'm not looking at goldsmithing. Am I looking? Yep, I'm looking at smithing. Excuse me, smithing. Sort. Okay, so copper ingots. There's only 11 available, and they're 100,000 apiece. So, and they sell fast. Yeah, they don't sell that fast. But we could get to the Vellum that way. Well, I would have to go farm fire clusters. But I mean, I could do. I've got to go pee. I'll be right back. Fire clusters at level 7.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Hi, kitty.
Approaching station.
Nobody's gonna buy ash staffs, are they?
Your inventory is full. Your inventory is full.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Your inventory is full.
Docking request accepted.
Your inventory is full.
Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
No, I probably could go to a freeze cauldron if I have the travel. I might not have it. You want to go out, kitty? I'll let you out. Yeah, you want to go outside? Yeah, okay. There you go. I love you. I'll see you tonight for some sweet loving, baby. Oh, I gotta charge my mouse. Damn it. Okay, so I have to figure out vellum and money. And money is like a code I could crack right now with ROE, or I could just go get fire crystals and begin crafting. copper. Could do that right now, but I don't think it'll work. I think I need more fire. Well, let's go. I guess let's go see what the price of fire crystals are. I'm gonna put this stack of wood away because it's actually worth a lot. Okay, so I wish to check the price of fire crystals. Let's see what I have to work with. There's none for sale. When they are, they're 10K. Stacks of fire clusters are 60 grand a pop. Which is like, you know, my entire fucking kitty. So with trust, though, I can go teleport, or I guess, yeah, there's like a crystal over there. I want to go to a freeze cauldron, which means going out far, and I want to go farm some fire clusters there until I have a stack, and then I'll use that to make copper, and I'll sell copper. West Ottergon? I've been to Ottergon, huh? Cool. Zolkheim, Gusterberg, Kolshushu, Fergundi, Veldunia, Elshimo Lowlands, or Norg. I'll take Kazam. Home point 1. Yes, please. Oh, I love this song.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Voodoo Ranger. Beer. Dig. Gotta go to Ifrit's Cauldron and fight things on retail, which will be fun on my thief. Because why not? And, yeah, because why not? Beer. Cool, nice, frosty mug of beer. I love you so much. Traveling sucks. But I'm going to Yotor and I'll get there. I'll get to Ifrit's Cauldron. Oh, do you need an ice crystal? I think you do. You need like an ice crystal to get through, which I don't have. Oh, so annoying. Can I even get around that or whatever? Oh, no. Like fire. I don't know. Fire. Fire might be kind of annoying. Well, it's all XP, I think. I know you can't unlock merit till you get to 75, so I should uncap 75. Technically, I shouldn't be hunting fire crystals. I should be hunting thief goblins. And now I remember where I was. I was trying to get a thief testimony, I think, from like a bandit goblin. And I should unlock to 75. But no, I want to restart, which will take Vellum. Vellum means fire. Fire I want to get from Ifrit's Cauldron. Which I think I can do. With trust, I think I absolutely can do. With less trust, it's probably more fun. You know, and these things are my level, so they might actually fight, take a while to fight, which is kind of cool. Let's see what level 70 cap stuff is like. Let's see how hard it is. With the trust, it probably doesn't matter. I'll look for fire clusters. Or yeah, well, yeah, like I'll just fight for a while. I'm capped, huh? I am. I'm like XP capped, which isn't too good. You don't get job points or merit points until 99, huh? Like, which is so dumb. They like kind of force you to raise the cap, which is so dumb. But it's good content to do. I want to get this aligned right above my head, which should be like right here and then up. There we go. Oh, I broke an axe. I'm gonna go to a different tree now. Why does it sound like I'm stuck, like, teleporting or whatever? I'm in Oimo. Fucking annoying. Why did we end up in the wrong station? It doesn't really make sense. What the hell happened here? How did we end up in the wrong station? I don't know. I have no concept how that even would have happened. I'm sure it's me, but I didn't tell it to do that. I put it on autopilot. You cannot dig here. Why?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, there's a crystal here, huh? Yeah, there's a crystal. Good, good, good. Ooh, dryad root. We have been here, right? I think so, but if I haven't, now I have. Well, now I have the telepoint. Yeah, I have the Yotor Gay Crystal now. I'm capped, so the XP is stupid. I guess the best thing I could possibly do is go unlock 75. And that means killing bandit goblins, and I don't know what it is I'm doing, but I guess I went to go try and find fire elementals in Yotor, which is so stupid, but I also wanted to see what trusts in Yotor might actually be like, so I'm going over there. I'm not that far either. I'm not that far from where I'm going either. I got there. I did pretty well for somebody who really hasn't played this very much in the last like 10 years. Or I played this a lot, but not like what I'm doing. What I'm doing is old shit, you know, from like a long time ago. But if you want fire crystals, you have to go to Yotor, which most people don't even want to waste that kind of time running. But I don't care, because A, the trusts make it fun for me. B, I get signet for the kills and stuff. But I think I'm going to get cock-blocked, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to get cock-blocked in Yotor, especially if it's not fire weather. You know, if it's not fire weather, I'm just going to leave, which is so stupid. But then I'll go break my cap. Breaking the cap would probably be the best thing. Like that bouncer, I think he's the lower level version. Yeah, I need a higher one. They're like goblin bandits. They're goblin bandits. I need the Yoto, or I need a crystal in Cape Torigan. I need the crystal in Altepa. You cannot enter the... Oh, I'm sorry. So right. I forgot about this rule about retail. You can't zone mounted. So, like, I came here, but it's probably fucking stupid that I came here, frankly. Because it's like, the chances of me... Yeah, it's not even fire weather. So me getting a fire elemental is basically zero. Like, the chances of me finding a fire elemental are zero. I wasted my time coming here, but I was kind of hoping that I might see a crystal or something. Nope. So I just wasted my time coming here, you know? The trust macro just broke. It just didn't work. But I will look for I can get testimonies off of stuff in here. So we'll go through here and try to get some crystals at the very least, or some loot or whatever. We'll see where I get cock blocked. I'm fairly sure I get cock blocked like right away. But we can run through here and see what we get. Maybe it turns fire and I can kill some fire clusters and stuff. The wasps, I think those are level 63. He's EP, so I do get XP off them. Let's see how long it takes me to kill them. Nice, it actually takes a little while. Wow, I can just dump TP into healing us. So I'm a healer, I'm a melee, I'm basically a fist weaver. We killed him right quick, but see, I don't get XP for him. I got 372 XP, but I'm capped. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I got XP, but it doesn't mean anything. I'm not, like, you know, I mean, I'm capped. So we understand that the level cap is actually a worse problem, and we could call this a failed experiment here. I'm going to warp out now. But it, you know, but I learned something. I learned that the getting fire is gonna be a fucking bitch. Getting fire is just straight up a bitch. It's gonna be a bitch. But we could get fire. Getting money is a bitch.
And a good initial job. It has counterattacks. It's got some evasion and accuracy buffs, which can be handy early on. And then, yeah, other than that, it's wouldn't be my first recommendation. The mages are tough. White mage and black mage, you have to buy every spell that you can cast in this game, pretty much, minus a couple. And so, while Gil isn't crazy hard to get, it's an expense that if you can avoid it early, it will probably be better for you. So
yeah,
these you can play if you
Eddie's
want.
right, and now I remember why I went Thief Dancer, because it can pretty much do anything with like Aeolian Edge. I don't have Aeolian Edge, which I'll get later, and I see that I should just go on the path that I went, and I guess take Thief Dancer to 99 with this trust and stuff. So that works for me, but I have to break the cap. That means getting bandit goblins. I don't think I can get out to there without a long walk. I'm trying to get to, honestly, Kuzas to Rebeo, yeah. Rebeo's good, though. I mean, that's not that far from where I need to go. That works, and I'll just kill anything that aggroes me, which is kind of fun. Yeah, I like Final Fantasy with Trust. It doesn't bother me. Ooh, I have 2k wood. I'm going to go drop it. I love Final Fantasy XI. Words cannot express, and I don't need to play it like other people play it. I don't need to play it like other people play it. So we were working on breaking cap. I guess I will go do that. You know, I went in to go beat goblins, but goblins aren't really the best source for that. I think actually going to Volbo is the best source for that, which is kind of crazy. I could get a chocobo here, which is good. That'll take me to at least Kuftal. I need to look at the telepoints in I need to look at the telepoint in oh yeah, you can use GOV to teleport around, which I totally spaced. And I'll put the trust as something useful, which is going right to the camp. I've been grinding on Horizon, but at least that bandit gob will drop my thief testimony, and then I can just go to Matt and steal from him, or kill him. I could probably just kill him, but maybe I can steal from him and just end it, finish the cap. That way I can start working on merit points. I want to work on merit points because there's good stuff. There's good stuff that you need. But that's it. I want to keep the cap at 75. I don't know if it lets you grind job points then. No, you can't grind job points until you get 99, which is fine. I'd rather cap Maripo for a while. Oh, did I pass the zone? I did. I passed the zone. I bet Conquest to Void Dust probably makes you so much money. And I probably will do Conquest. The minute I break 75, I'll just go do Conquest cap. And I'll get enough money to unlock like Scholar, and I'll level Scholar to 75, and I'll do Conquest with Scholar, doing Black Mage stuff with my trusted NPCs that voke mobs off me. Sounds fun as hell to me. Like, better than WoW. Like, more fun than WoW. WoW requires constant focus all the time. FFXI is about actual RPG knowledge. Okay, so I'm gonna summon Trust, I guess. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I don't want to use Sneak and Invis. I just want to fight everything that's on the way. Because I have a really capable party. And I'm like more than the players. Like, they'll never get tired. They'll never get bored. They'll just keep grinding with me. They'll always protect me. They'll voke off me. If I aggro a lot of robber crabs, they'll get them off me. Watch.
Your skill has increased.
We're just gonna fight everything in the game on the way. Because it'll be fun as hell. I guess I need a sneak attack macro. Like, we can kill 4 crabs, no problem. A lot of XP, but And we still get ROE even if I'm capped, but we got to get the cap off me pretty much. No, I begin to understand the level 99 is really good, probably for Seeker's content, and I'm just not thinking about it the right way. So yeah, we don't have to sit down anymore. They're like, you don't have to sit down anymore. So do these things aggro though? If they do, oh, we gotta fight.
Your skill has increased.
Evasion, parrying. I'm gonna turn off the music now because it's mainly just annoying. Have spectral jig. That's good. This macro's not working, and I know this works. I guess you have to put it in parentheses. You didn't do this second one, or? Oh my god, you didn't do the second one. Why? Why aren't you doing this macro correctly? I need you to actually do sneak attack. What did I do wrong here? Just wipe the macro, I guess, and try again? You're like glitched or something? I don't know. Maybe it's just too fast. I don't know. No, that's the macro. Like, why won't you do this? Like, why won't you do the sneak attack? I know this is the macro. It's like you're telling me this is wrong, but it's not. You're wrong. You're wrong, bitch. You're wrong. You know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. You're aggroing a lot of robber crabs. You intend to die or what? Why won't you sneak attack? I don't really understand. Why? What's your fucking problem? What's your fucking problem, man? What's your fucking problem? Try this. Try this again. No, you just won't. You won't sneak attack. And this is really weird. It's weird. Why won't you sneak attack? It's fucking weird. Try again. Worthless piece of shit. Try again. Why? It is me. It's what? What? I mean, sneak attack macro. It's not that hard. What am I doing wrong here? Sneak attack me. Oh my god. Like, is it because you're like logged in or something? Like, so you're like glitched or something. You just can't do it? Why? Why can't you do this? I need you to macro this correctly. Why? Should I contact the GM? Oh no, you misspelled is what it is there. There, is that it? Is that it? No, you still won't sneak attack. I misspelled, but I mean you still won't sneak attack. Why? Why won't you sneak attack, you worthless piece of shit? No, you're like glitched or something. I should relog. You act like that's not working. Is it because oh, there, that's why. That's why. There we go. I misspelled. I don't know. You're so annoying. There it is. Did you aggro? Yeah. My god, retail has a better client.
Your skill has increased. But I can special jig. Goblin bandits. Yeah, I need to steal the sneak attack from the goblin bandit. So maybe I should fix those timers, I guess, so that they're like conformed.
Man, it would be fun to do 75 and cap out merit on a scholar. There's a grounds tome. I can repatriate here, which is good. Grounds tomes are real good. I probably could have grounds tomed right here if I knew how to get a grounds tome really quickly. All these tricks I'll learn as I play the game. There's a bandit. So I will kill him, but first I've got to summon Trust. I love this shit. It's actually so fun with Trust. I don't have to worry about having a party whenever I want. $432 XP off him. We're just going directly to bandits, and then we just kill them. And anything that aggroes. And here I am on retail. It looks so much better than fucking Horizon.
Your skill has increased.
Shark bite for 700, evasion 226. Nice. And he like casts like flash to get him off me, and I could just like freely savage these mobs. And I want to sort through a list of black mage spells. It just casts black mage spells on them. Black mage is boring, but I bet scholar is really, really good. So he dropped the Goblin Mask, but he didn't drop what I needed. I think there's another bandit over here that did it pretty well with their like mob spawns on private. You can see that their mob spawns are actually fairly accurate.
Let's wide scan for another bandit. Let's go look at Thief's testimony and see what they say. Where am I? Wait, whoa, where am I? What? Whoa. Okay, so here we are. I don't have anything in my fleet hangar, so now I've got to go back because I'm an OIMO. But it didn't work, and now I've got to go back. I don't have this shit in my fucking... Go. Go back. I don't really understand what's been going on. I don't know. Maybe I should stop hauling. I don't seem to have the skill to do it. I'm almost to 500k. Bandit. Do I have a thief's testimony? No. Goblin bandits. So I'm in the right place. I'm just looking for bandits. I'm just gonna wait for these to spawn. Okay. In the meantime, I'll slaughter goblins, I guess.
Your skill has increased. Your inventory is full. 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 Your inventory is full.
I have a warp ring. I could have just warped here. Yeah, I probably could have warped here. Interesting.
Your inventory is full. Your inventory is full.
Not anymore. Wow, it's a Daedalus wing. Oh, I love retail. It gives you such weird tricks. Hey, it's a gambler. It's a bandit.
Your skill has increased.
Come on, thief test. Nope, gold beast coin. Damn it. But gold beast coin is good off Goblin Bandit. Often you don't get that. Oh, trust feel good. Like you can't die because you're just like a actual MMO player now. Kill the Liz. There's no delay at all because their servers are nice and crisp. $12.98.
Your skill has increased. Your inventory is full.
A beast coin.
Your inventory is full.
Oh my god, I'm full again.
Your inventory is full.
Alright.
Your inventory is full.
Somebody cast
Your
Holy.
inventory is full.
Yeah, she cast... Oh no, it was a light skill chain from Arching Arrow. Yeah, they killed that thing. My inventory is full again. I don't know, that damselfly worm. I think I can probably teleport. I don't know. I'll find out, though. Looking for goblin bandits. I can B-list these NPCs and then I never see I never see their chat again. I don't know. Did they ever say anything of worth? I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Okay. Alchemist. Need a goblin bandit. Oh, gotta fix my camera. I need a goblin bandit. Maybe a coal bone might sell for a lot. These scrolls will vendor for a lot. So we'll just fight here with trusts and just compare the experience that I've had on my Beastmaster the last couple of days to this experience. This Alchemist is hard compared to what I was doing. Well, no, maybe it isn't. This is about what it was for me, too, yeah.
Your inventory is full.
They killed him. Fire crystals. Maybe I can vendor. It's a Bastock thingy. Because I haven't done this outpost, which is sad. So, yeah, I guess I just sort of throw stuff away and let it stack. Goblin's Rabbit, Goblin Mercenary. Shepherd, but I need Bandit. Bandit's
Your
not
skill
here.
has increased.
I could go Camp Argus for a day. I logged.
Your inventory is full.
I love having a tank.
Your skill has increased. Your inventory is full. Your inventory is full.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Too, but don't buy all of it. And then hey, that's me. Let's say. hi there. Were you there the whole time? Aren't I pitiful? Not even allowed to go out of the city gates by myself. Sorry, didn't mean to cry. You look like a fledgling adventurer. Is this your first time in Basta? Yes. Oh, I should have said no. Now I just realized. Wait, I'd show you around, but I'm a little busy. Well, gotta go. I have to find a way to get outside these walls. Okay, I thought she was gonna give me the tutorial. I think they have to anyway. Phew, she's finally gone. Why don't we let her go outside, you ask? Oh, you'll find out soon enough. So you're new in Bastic, huh? What are you thinking of doing first? Fighting monsters? Hey, not so fast. It's dangerous out there. Well, if you really want to go outside, you can go back the way you came through the gate. Don't come complaining to me if you get hurt. If you do go, one piece of advice. Check your target before fighting it, and only fight creatures you're sure you can beat. Got that? Now take this adventurer in fun. Bring it to Dulcie. You can find her in front of the drawbridge. She'll help you out. And they even show you where Dulcie is. She's like, you know, just a few steps over. Open the map from the main menu on the right if you want to check it again. How? After opening map from the main menu, select markers and press the right arrow key. Remember, you want to give an item to someone, use trade from the main menu. That's it. Guess I'll be seeing you around. Alright, before I get into doing that, there's a handful of things that we need to do. Number one, I'll finish my explanation. So, Windower is a third-party application, and while I'm not normally crazy about them, for the longest time, Windower was considered, I mean, I say longest time, it still technically is, a mainstay of playing the game on PC. Originally, the game had no native Windows mode, and yet tabbing out would actually cause the game to crash. So people made Windower initially just to get around that. Nowadays, it also hosts several add-ons that range from quality of life to stuff that is considered damn near essential to be playing the game at a high level at this point. I have like 2 things active on it. I think one that prevents my character from blinking whenever you change equipment. Your character normally blinks. And while there are settings that can disable that native to the game, there are certain pieces of equipment that when you change them, it will cause you to blink even with the settings on. So that I played Ninja, which I would regularly exchange out my ranged weapon, so it would cause issues with that. So that's the main reason why I got that one. The other one is a Puppet Master one that allows you to store gear sets. I honestly don't even remember how to use it. I won't be playing Puppet Master anyway. So those are the only real reasons why I have it on. There's a lot more that it can do, and it's a whole huge thing. Now, depending on the server you're on, one of the first things you're probably going to want to do is go into your chat filters. You may have seen a few shouts there of somebody just looking for content. There's nothing wrong with seeing a lot of those shouts. If you're not on a Sura, odds are those shouts are perfectly fine. But if you are on a Sura, it's not the worst idea to probably turn on some of the chat filters. It can also help just by... It can get really chaotic. If you have everything on, all of your combat logs are going to show in there. Every single thing you do is going to show in there. And quite frankly, it just gets to be a little bit much, in my opinion. So if I recall, I normally do all of these, unless I otherwise need them on. Special actions and attacks, just allow me to see this. Attacks by others. This means that if I see someone out in the field, I don't have to worry about seeing their stuff. Random NPCs, fishing results, lot results, campaign-related data I don't need. Tell messages deemed spam, we definitely don't want those. Shout and yell messages deemed spam, we definitely don't want those. I don't mind job-specific emotes, messages from alter egos are fine, and then I don't really need any of these either. Now keep in mind, we talked to more than once also.
Docking permission requested.
I've got nothing for you, sorry. Man, I really never put those codes in? I'm actually shocked with myself. Maybe we should do those just so I can show you that equipment. I'm actually, well, no, again, I guess I'm not really that shocked. You know, I feel like this is pretty in line with something that I would do. Just because I'm me. I'm like, I don't need those. But they are, no. They are really, really good. And you should 100% be putting them in. I feel like I remember getting the pop-up over and over again. Yeah, there it is. I see Destrier. Yeah, because it comes with the Seekers of Adu Lin. Yeah, there it is. I see Destrier. I feel like I remember getting the pop-up over and over again. Yeah, there it is. I see Destrier. Yeah, because it comes with the Seekers of Adu Lin. You may need to enter these keys after the application is launched. Oh, is it like in one of the menus? Really? You don't put those in on the site anywhere, huh? Yeah, I guess that's true. I do not see a way to put the codes in on the site. Registration codes. Here we go. Wait, no, that registration codes did in no way help me with that. Yeah, I think I might need to actually enter those in the game itself. No, it says like, oh, wait. Now, I mean, so I have entered them, but I guess it's per character? Because I have the Chocobo shirt and the Destrier beret on a different character, but then I also have another one? Where did I put these in? I have no idea where I put these in. I'm just like, all right, hold on. We're gonna look at this. We're gonna get through this together. Yeah, put it in the campaign code. Log into the account management. Click add service account. All right, I guess that's I guess you have to add a service account in order to do it. All right. Don't worry, we're gonna do this together. Am I even allowed? I guess here's the thing. I guess I'm gonna find out if I'm allowed to even do this. No, it's already been registered. So, okay, here's the thing. I can't use it on this character because it's already on the other character. All right, so keep that in mind. This is actually good. If you put it in on one character, don't then make another character because it doesn't allow you to do it. So that's fine. Again, not that big of a deal. I normally do this without those items. So that is A-okay by me. But if you are new, make sure that you go and get those. You should have those codes. You should get them and you should put them in. Also, every home point that you can possibly talk to. In Modern 11, you can walk between, you can teleport between all of them. No, this camera angle's still not right either. I'm trying to figure out. I'll figure it out. Maybe it's the left and the right that's confusing. No, this feels all right. No, this feels better. Yeah. You can teleport between home points. So you really want to grab every single home point that you possibly can. So that's number one. Hand it in the adventurer coupon, home points, get your hat and your shirt if you have them. Mine are on other characters, so it's not going to be happening for me. And then we're going to go grab this home point over here. There should be one other one. If you're wondering if there's a home point, by the way, map will show it as like a blue crystal. You can see it kind of right there. And obviously you can see it directly in front of me. And that should be good. Now also, whenever you are near a gate, you're going to want to talk to one of these guys and have them cast Signet on you. Signet will allow you to accrue conquest points, and it will cause monsters to drop crystals. This is useful in a lot of things. The conquest points you're going to use to buy some rewards, one of which is a warp ring, which will let you return to a home point at, once every like 15 minutes or so. And the crystals we're actually going to be using to rank up with the city-state. So, actually, I'll go back over here so that I can actually introduce you to ranking up with the city-state. I can introduce you to the initial quests. That's going to be very important. There is a lot of story progress and rewards locked behind, making sure you at least get to rank 6. This guy gives you missions, and I am going to undertake my first mission, which is just to go to the Zerun mines in the mine district and collect a report from the Overseer. That is all we have to do. And fortunately, we actually have to run through pretty much all of Vasta to get there. So, A, I have time to explain things. B, you can grab all the home points.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your inventory is full. Your inventory is full.
"15 minutes spawn." I could run north, but I think the goblins kind of end. I don't know, maybe. You aggro, did you? Yeah.
Your skill has increased.
That's cool. The ranger's over there just firing arrows in for 136, I think. Yeah, 113. I love that the tank isn't on me. Oh, sorry, it's on the tank and not me. So I need a bandit. We're just checking Y scan.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
How did I get a scorpion harness?
Your inventory is full.
There's a bandit. Please drop what I need.
Your skill has increased.
Oh no, you can only steal it from them. So I have to wait. I have to wait. That's okay. I don't have despoil though.
Your skill has increased.
Please steal. Please steal. Please get this. Ah, you didn't get it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
And I'll just wait for him to show back up, and I'll wait for my steel cooldown. I know I can come back every 5 minutes. Five, 10.
Along the way, as long as you grab that one right there. Zeren Mines, I believe in the entrance has some monsters you can kill to gain some initial levels. However, it also has monsters that are easy prey to level 99s, meaning that they are, upwards of those higher levels. So the check feature is going to immediately be put into, well, checked. So when we target a monster, we'll have the option to check them. If it says incredibly tough, do not engage most of the time, at least not until you have some other stuff, like a, oh, sorry, hold on, I just got an email from something that I just wanted to check.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It's Tuesday, and there's a lot to talk about, starting with this. This Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, MAGA divide situation is crazy, especially as you've got Candace Owens dropping alleged Charlie Kirk text screenshots. Because if you haven't seen, ever since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you've had Candace Owens out there questioning the federal investigation, discussing it frequently on our podcast, and putting out some of her own theories or possibilities as to why or how he was killed. And with all that, she's often claimed that Charlie, who had long been pro-Israel, was starting to change his mind and had become more critical. And she got a ton of attention when she claimed that MAGA media, and pro-Israel billionaire Bill Ackman had privately cornered Charlie at an event in the Hamptons not long before his death and made, quote, threats after Charlie questioned the way that Israel was handling the war. Now, Ackman denied that, and you had Charlie's producer and spokesperson claiming that Charlie had a cordial relationship with Bill. But apparently at this Hamptons meeting, people were questioning whether or not Charlie should host Tucker Carlson, who he's been very critical of Israel at an upcoming event. And Kirk allegedly claimed, honestly, people telling me not to have Tucker makes me want to have Tucker. And all this ties to some of the latest claims that Candace has made, saying yesterday on her show that Charlie was, quote, done with Israel bullying him, and then sharing screenshots of messages that she claims came from a group chat that Charlie was in with his pastor and 7 other people, where he said,
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
What?
And somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term. This is 48 hours before Charlie was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread.
Now, with this, it seems like Candace wasn't
Your
part of this
skill has
alleged group
increased.
chat, and she also doesn't make it 100% clear how she got these apparent messages, which I also will say have not been verified by any major news outlets, at least as of recording. Right, but this comes as she was also alleging that higher-ups at Turning Point USA are trying to stop her and others from investigating Charlie's death and promoting their own conspiracies about what happened.
What we do know definitively is that the feds are lying to us. That is obvious. It is abundant. If you're able to think thoughts, you recognize that something is very wrong with the story that has been presented to the public. And I think that what the public doesn't understand, and I count myself among the public, is why it seems as though Turning Point USA executives, and I'll say seems, are not even remotely interested in challenging that official narrative. Who are they protecting exactly? You'll see oftentimes they and other influencers will invoke Erica as the reason that it's not appropriate to ask questions. It's just not appropriate while Erica is still mourning for you guys to ask any questions. And I'm just going to come back at you with some common sense. What sort of widow wouldn't want people to investigate the assassination of their husband?
You also had Candace claiming that Charlie had been discussing his increased interest in Catholicism with her, even sharing a screenshot where it appears that he said it was looking better and better. And while she also said that he wasn't in the process of converting, she suggested that he was toying with the idea. But also, apparently people at TP USA were denying that he had a major interest in converting to Catholicism, and this upset Candace Owens as she felt that that was not being fully honest. Right? And she was overall just upset that she believes that Turning Point execs are telling small lies here and there about Charlie and questioning why they would be doing this. With it then tying it back to the comments that Charlie allegedly made about the donors withholding money and adding,
You got people that are hosting a show. Have they, in like one honorable thing, come out and said, like, you know what? F a couple of these donors who made his life a living hell in the last couple of weeks. That registers to me as very suspicious. I'm going to frankly say that. It's suspicious to me. It makes me think that in the same way that Charlie was being pressured by money, that you might be now run by that same money.
with Candace also claiming that Turning Point has made tens of millions of dollars since Charlie died, and saying that from the organization's perspective.
So how are we supposed to honor Charlie, right? You honor Charlie, of course, by donating to Turning Point USA and shutting up and trusting the feds. Don't question anything.
Right, and so you've had tons of people seeing Candace share this, especially the screenshots discussing donors, and thinking, she's dropping a major bombshell here. Right, and then, with all that, you had Andrew Colvett, a spokesperson for TP USA and a producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, saying today that, yes, the texts are real and that he was in the group chat and he was the one who took the screenshots. Then he added that he never shared them with the public because they were private messages, and he'd only given them to the government amid the initial investigation into Charlie's death. But they somehow made their way out to the world, and then adding,
in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. One of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public, it was not mine to share publicly, but you know, one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care, we're not investigating every lead, we're not looking under every stone. When I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it. and no stone unturned.
But then another guy on the show saying that the reason some of the organization aren't talking about it is because they don't want to interfere with the ongoing investigation. And Andrew adding that he doesn't begrudge anyone publicly asking questions, but also adding that he believes that Charlie's views towards Israel were totally transparent.
What is the truth about the way Charlie felt about Israel? Well, it's complicated and it's nuanced, and it was a wrestle that was going on for months. I looked at that moment as like he's just blown off steam, he's frustrated, he's venting, right? And I just want to say, like, he made that very clear under any circumstances that he was not going to be cowed or bullied into deplatforming Tucker, for example.
With him suggesting that Charlie was ultimately pro-Israel, even if he did have some criticisms and questions. But then also you had some noting that Candace's comments about Charlie point to a larger discussion about how different factions of the right are trying to jump on Charlie's death for different reasons. Right? Because while it appeared that, she's trying to suggest that TPUSA is trying to use Charlie's death in a way that best serves the organization, you then also had some turning the tables and saying that the same could be said for Candace. With all this, you even had The Guardian publishing a piece a few weeks ago saying, what is notable about the way the right is responding to Kurt's death is the opportunism. And going on to say, in a moment when Israel's genocide in Gaza is leading to more open public criticism of Zionism, Owens is capitalizing. She continually refers to Zionists controlling the media in Kirk's speech while he was alive. And then with that, they also spoke to Derek Barris, the co-host of the Conspirituality podcast, who's an expert in conspiracies and media literacy. What you saw is that he noted that it's totally fair for the public to not have faith in Trump and Kash Patel's FBI, to question what they're putting out there. But then he also added, quote, one thing about Candace is that she's an opportunist at every stage. There's no consistency. It's about whatever is going to get eyeballs on me. We then also added that this is true for tons of different people, and that many are vultures trying to use his death to serve themselves. But, with all that said, as we're watching this play out, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything we're seeing here? Because yes, while the Philip DeFranco show, it's a daily news show, I also want it to be a daily conversation. We've really
I don't know why you're talking about the right
on this front, and divides that weren't there before. And then there's more.
It seems like chronicling the loony ward at the loony bin. You're like chronicling the loony ward at the loony bin every time you talk about the right wing.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
There, my steel is up, but I don't think there's a bandit up, which is so annoying.
Approaching Stargate.
Say it costs less than a night out at Taco Bell. Today's sponsor, Fume Zero, the grab-and-go flavored air device that looks like it came out of a sci-fi movie, but somehow it costs only $24.99. Right, and it's not a vape, it's not a diffuser, it's not a pipe, it's flavored air. Zero nicotine, zero vapor, zero battery, which makes it clean, simple, and way less complicated than anything else you've probably tried. But this thing's sleek, triangular, and fidget-friendly with a subtle click that keeps your hands busy. The tip, it's chewable, which is weird at first, but it scratches that oral fixation loop that we all know too well. The airflow is adjustable, so you want a stronger draw, twist it, want it lighter, twist again, easy. And the flavors, you get 6 bold ones, from crisp mint to peach blush to raspberry, and each lasts up to 10 days. No charging, no refills, no setup, just open and go. It's designed to replace the ritual, not just the habit, the hand-to-mouth satisfaction without the chemicals. And it could also just be a great gift for someone you know that's looking to break a bad habit. And at $24.99, it's the easiest on-ramp to a good habit. So take zero chances with Fume Zero today. Just head to tryfume.com and grab yours today for $24.99. But then next up in the news, 1 week into this U.S. government shutdown, and things are quickly going to shit. Right, from chaos with airports across the U.S. to reports that the Trump administration is trying to screw furloughed workers out of back pay. Things are getting messy. Right, and starting with the workers, as soon as the government shut down on October 1st, pretty much all non-essential staff, about 750,000 people, were furloughed and not being paid. Kind of. And I say kind of, because normally they're entitled to back pay for that time off. But even with that, like, it's rare for a government shutdown to extend past a payday, because even missing one paycheck in the short term, it can be catastrophic for most Americans. Just then, well, it was pretty damn shocking to find that the Trump administration is considering not even giving back pay to furloughed workers. And you had that coming from a memo seen by Axios, and it's believed that by putting the possibility of no back pay on the table, that the Trump administration is hoping to force Senate Democrats into a deal. But I will say there's also an even bigger wrinkle to all this, and that is that the plan, it flies in the face of how U.S. law is currently understood. Right? I mean, back in 2019, Trump signed a law that was generally understood to guarantee back pay. But now you've got officials in the Office of Management and Budget shifting their stance. Or with one senior White House official, for example, speaking to Axios and saying, does this law cover all these furloughed employees automatically? The conventional wisdom is yes, it does. Our view is no, it doesn't. Right? And what they're calling this new interpretation of the law by the Office of Management and Budget, it not only contradicts nearly 6 years of precedent and understanding, but also recent memos from other Trump agencies. Just this month, the Council of Economic Advisors released a guide about the shutdown, and they explicitly touched on this when talking about how this would affect contractors, saying unlike federal employees, federal contractors are not entitled to back pay after the conclusion of a shutdown. And that followed a memo from the Office of Personnel Management from last month, where it had an FAQ, and one of the questions was, will employees who are furloughed get paid? And just to keep it short, they said yes. And so as far as how Trump and his administration are trying to justify this, well, shortly after that law was passed in 2019, it was amended. And in that amendment, the law said that workers would get paid, quote, subject to the enactment of Appropriations Acts ending the lapse. Right? That language, it makes it sound like an automatic thing. But Trump, he's arguing that no, the 2019 law mentions explicitly that year's shutdown, so it's the only one that automatically qualifies. So according to this train of thought, all future shutdowns would need to have that money specifically set aside by Congress. So I will say it is very hard to find someone outside of Trump's inner circle who supports this interpretation. But also, it still could be enough of a threat to try to pressure Senate Democrats, right? Especially considering the timing, right? October 15th, that's the next government paycheck, and now there's a possible legal battle about whether they're ever going to get paid. Well, right now, at least according to the polling, more people blame the Republicans and the Democrats for this shutdown. One of the big questions that pops up here, in addition to, oh my God, how is this going to affect so many hundreds of thousands of Americans, is will this messaging work? Can they muddy the waters, not only for this fight, but maybe even the upcoming midterm? Now, with all this, if you're thinking, this isn't that big of a deal because, you're not a federal employee, how can the shutdown affect you? Well, I do have some bad news for you. For one, if you or anyone you know is a contractor for the federal government, they're not entitled to automatic back pay. And in total, the White House itself says that the reduced spending due to federal employees and contractors not getting paid could mean $30 billion less in the economy. And then two, there are also the potentially deadly impacts around transportation, and particularly airports, as air traffic controllers and other personnel don't go to work. Though that's not because they're furloughed, actually the opposite, right? By law, air traffic controllers are not allowed to leave work to protest or because they're not getting paid. However, a workaround that many ATC use is to just call out sick, with the feds pointing out that worker absenteeism among ATCs triples to 10% during government shutdowns. We're actually seeing this play out in real time. You've got airports like Burbank literally having no one manning air traffic control yesterday afternoon and evening, with then ATCs in San Diego having to take over, and there were also major flight delays. Right? Well, in the grand scheme of things, Burbank, it's not the most major airport. It is one in SoCal and shares airspace with major airports like LAX and San Diego, not to mention other regionals like John Wayne and Ontario. But also, two, Burbank is hardly alone in dealing with delays, and even airports that still have ATCs dealing with massive headaches. Right? Newark, Jacksonville, Chicago, and DC, they've all had less air traffic controllers than usual, leading up to multiple hour delays. And that's not only because the flights get fucked, but also because staff like TSA actually call out more often during shutdowns as well. And then, of course, there are just the increased safety concerns that come with fewer air traffic controllers, which is an occupation that was already heavily short-staffed and facing tons of scrutiny over recent aviation disasters earlier this year. And so with all this, you've had administration officials like Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy recognizing the absences spiking and saying in a conference yesterday.
And so now what they think about as they're controlling our airspace is, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How do I make my car payment? Do I think they're more stressed right now in our towers? Yes. Is our airspace unsafe? No.
Right, and then with all that, you had Trump speaking about the situation, saying,
"Oh, sure. I mean, it's they're all Democrat delays. There are delays at the airport. That's standard. And again, this is something that every day we put forth a bill. It's just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is.
With Trump then going on to say that many Dems have, quote, very low IQs and called some out by name, such as Jasmine Crockett. Which is really quick, just to say this, like, if you do not know anything about Jasmine Crockett other than passing by stuff, that is a genuinely funny metric because she's actually a pretty accomplished and smart woman. He just disagrees with her politically, but I guess that's the state of things. You know, with all that said, we're gonna have to continue to watch and see where this goes. But it's a bit of a high-stakes game of chicken right now. And while we wait to see, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here, especially if you're someone that's affected? And that could be you or someone you know working for the government, or even the impacts there changing your plans. Like, are you maybe not going to fly somewhere because you have kind of concerns? But then next up in the news, if you keep blocking my hostile takeover efforts, I'm going to hostile takeover even harder. That is essentially what Trump is saying in response to judges and officials holding up his efforts to deploy troops into U.S. cities. Because, you know, we talked a bit yesterday about the situation in Portland with small protests in the city being characterized as just much worse in reality to justify deploying troops there. You've got Trump describing Portland as war-ravaged and saying that ICE facilities were under attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. And then you seem to have federal agents doing everything they could to make reality match that characterization, which is then when a judge stepped in, temporarily blocking the administration from sending in the National Guard, with the judge pointing to, quote, substantial evidence that the protests at the Portland ICE facility were not significantly violent or disruptive in the days or even weeks leading up to the president's directive. Then we saw Illinois and Chicago filing similar lawsuits yesterday, gunning for a ruling just like the one in Portland after the announcement that troops would be heading to Chicago next. But Trump, though more likely Stephen Miller, but Trump isn't about to let something trivial like a judge's ruling stop him, which is why he's floating using the 1807 Insurrection Act if judges keep blocking his efforts like this. And if you don't know, the Insurrection Act is a federal law that allows the president to nationally deploy the U.S. military or federalized state National Guard troops to stomp out what the president considers an insurrection against the U.S. We're talking about a law that hasn't been used in decades, with the last time being back in 1992 when George H.W. Bush was president. And in that case, it was actually requested by then California Governor Pete Wilson, who asked for help addressing riots in Los Angeles. But also, we have seen it used against the wishes of local governors, both Dwight Eisenhower and JFK. They did this in order to facilitate school integration after the Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court rule. But now we're looking at a wildly different situation, and Trump's been very open about his fascination with the Insurrection Act. I mean, part of the reason people even became aware that this was a law back from the 1800s was on the campaign trail he was promising to use it to suppress unrest. And then, earlier this year, he came close to actually using it in LA during the protests against ICE. And then all of that bringing us to yesterday when he once again told reporters,
We have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that.
And we've seen Trump's underlings laying the groundwork to justify the Insurrection Act should he decide to use it. Or with White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, for example, saying that the administration is facing a legal insurrection and that these rulings against them amount to, quote, an insurrection against the laws and Constitution of the United States. And adding, we need to have district courts in this country that see themselves as being under the laws and Constitution and not being able to take for themselves powers that are reserved solely for the president. And also with this, I'll say it's not just the courts pushing back, where you've also got local officials and representatives taking serious issue with these deployments. One of the things we saw there was Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois grilling Pam Bondi today about the deployments in his state during a Senate hearing.
Why do you want to keep this secret? The American people don't know the rationale behind the deployment of National Guard troops in my state.
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
I've been on this committee for more than 20 years. That's the kind of testimony you expect from this administration. A simple question as to whether or not they had a legal rationale for deploying National Guard troops becomes grounds for personal attack.
And then in addition to that, you have Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson taking a stand against the deployments by signing an executive order banning federal immigration officials from using city property in their operations. Right, and specifically, the order prevents ICE agents from using city-owned, vacant, or designated parking lots for anything related to their operations, including staging and processing. With Johnson saying, we will not tolerate ICE agents violating our residents' constitutional rights, nor will we allow the federal government to disregard our local authority. And that, as you'd expect, was not taken well by Team Trump. Or with Tricia McLaughlin, for example, Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, slamming Johnson in a statement, saying his reckless policies not only endanger our law enforcement, but public safety, and claiming while he continues to release pedophiles, rapists, gang members, and murderers onto Chicago's streets, Our brave law enforcement will continue to risk their lives without pay to arrest these heinous criminals and make Chicago safe again. Right, and that is the White House calling Johnson's order a, quote, a disgusting betrayal of every law-abiding citizen, and adding, shielding the most depraved, violent, criminal, illegal aliens from justice is not only an insult to every Chicagoan, it's also a dangerous intensification of Democrats' lunatic sanctuary agenda where criminal illegals come before American citizens, which has long been Team Trump's narrative in their crusade against sanctuary cities, that they harbor dangerous criminals and must be stopped at all costs, etc. And I mean, since taking office, he's sued 14 jurisdictions, threatened criminal charges against local officials who don't comply with federal demands, and conducted large-scale immigration operations on top of deploying the National Guard troops. Those attacks have led to some serious pushback, including from the San Francisco city attorney, who said in an interview, the Trump administration is trying to use its enforcement authority in ways they know are not legal or constitutional to get their way, and we've been forced to defend our rights. And that defense, along with pushback against Trump and Chicago and Portland, has served as evidence for some that Democrats are finally willing to fight back. But ultimately, that's where we are right now. We're gonna have to wait to see how things continue to play out. And I mean that both regarding Chicago and Portland, as well as, the impact of these cases nationwide. And then we've got more news in just a minute. But first, let me say, have you ever checked your card statement and you feel like someone else is living their best life with your money? And then, yeah, it's just your subscriptions, right? And that's where today's sponsor, Rocket Money, saves your butt. It's the app that puts your entire financial life into one clean dashboard, right? Rocket Money hunts down subscriptions that you forgot about or didn't even know you had. I'm talking about that free trial from 2021 that's been charging you like a clingy X. And they also track your spending across categories like food, shopping, or late night I deserve it binges. If you've got bills that mysteriously creep up, Rocket Money can negotiate those down, meaning they'll deal with customer service so you don't have to. It even helps you set financial goals, analyzing your accounts and figuring out the best time to stash cash each month. Basically, it's like having a personal finance tool in your pocket, minus the judgmental looks. And the receipts don't lie. Over 5 million members have saved a combined $500 million using Rocket Money, with some people saving up to $740 a year. I mean, the app even cheers you on when you're doing well because, hey, positive reinforcement works on humans too. So reach your financial goals, level up your money game, and cancel your unwanted subscriptions at rocketmoney.com/PDS or scan the QR code today. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS, rocketmoney.com/PDS. The next up today, let's talk about our douchebag of the day. I mean, in addition to the usual suspects. Right? Because this French influencer just got sent to jail for a prank where he faked syringe attacks on strangers. And so you have this guy who goes by the name Amin Mojito going viral for filming and posting video clips where he could be seen sneaking up on people on the street and pretending to inject them with an empty syringe, right? And specifically, we saw those videos starting to gain a lot of traction ahead of the World Music Day celebration back in June. A time which, if you don't remember, was where France was gripped by panic over rumors of needle attacks at festivals and student parties. And so with all that, you had prosecutors bringing charges against him and alleging that he had contributed to and incited real fears, even if the syringes were empty. Right? And also with that, they argued that he was a repeat offender, noting that he had been accused of assault and harassing others in the past. But Mojito, for his part, he argued that he was, quote, in his own world and unaware of everything, and he told the court, quote, I had the very bad idea of doing these pranks by imitating what I saw on the internet in Spain and Portugal. I didn't think it could hurt people. That was my mistake. I didn't think about
My
others.
mistake. I didn't realize shooting people with needles could really freak them out.
With a weapon not resulting in work incapacity. And with that, they sentenced him to 12 months in jail, 6 of which will be suspended, and the court also fined him 1,500 euros, and they banned him from possessing or carrying a gun for 3 years. But I guess all of that brings us to that classic advice, but it's necessary on the daily. Don't be stupid. And honestly, I think more so-called pranksters that are really just harassing people out in public, they need to face penalties so that it can be a lesson for others. The world already over-rewards assholes. So the next step today, let's talk about some quick political news, starting with the fact that Trump is now openly discussing the possibility of pardoning 2 high-profile convicted sex criminals, Ghislaine Maxwell and Diddy. Because yesterday, the Supreme Court rejected Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal to overturn her conviction for facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, and that it came just a few days after Diddy was sentenced for 4 years for prostitution-related charges. And when asked by reporters yesterday about whether he would consider granting Maxwell clemency, Trump responded,
well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I will speak to the DOJ. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people who've asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it.
With that just being an absolutely wild response to that last question, and while it would obviously be absolutely
Your
massive
skill
if you
has
pardon
increased.
Maxwell or even Diddy for that matter, he could also kind of just be saying this with no intention of following through, right? Especially with at least Maxwell, you'd think that'd be pretty insane for Trump to pardon her while he's still getting so much heat over the Epstein files
Your
debacle.
skill
You'd have
has
to imagine
increased.
there'd be some sort of just drop off in support and political capital and will, but also maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking too highly of people. But also, who knows what's in the head of a man when asked, why would a convicted
skill
child
has
sex
increased.
trafficker be a good candidate for a pardon? Trump responded, I don't know, I'll have my people look into it. Like, where is, what? That's also not where the political news ends, and that's because you have Supreme Court related news, with the justices now kicking off their new term by hearing an incredibly consequential case that could affect laws that protect minors from conversion therapy in nearly 30 states. Right, and specifically, the legal challenge being heard today was brought by a Christian therapist named Kaylee Childs. Right, and Childs is suing Colorado over its ban on treatment intended to change the sexual orientation or gender identity of kids under 18. And with that, she's arguing that the law violates her right to free speech and talk therapy because it prevents her from talking about her own viewpoints. But Colorado's Attorney General has hit back by noting that the state law only applies to minors and still allows people of any age to seek conversion therapy counseling from religious organizations, just not from therapists who are licensed by the state. And arguing that states have the right to require licensed therapists and medical professionals to obey established standards of care, and that the ban on conversion therapy is meant to protect minors from substandard care. Right, as the lawyers in Colorado have noted in court, there's a mountain of evidence showing that conversion therapy is not only ineffective, but actively harmful. In fact, every major medical organization, from the American Medical Association to the American Psychological Association, has rebuked the practice, reporting to research showing that conversion therapy doesn't work and actually causes a deep depression and suicidal thoughts in people under the age of 18. So as a result, we saw a wave of states enacting laws banning conversion therapy back in the 2010s, with that, of course, including Colorado. And so now, because so many states have similar laws, the way the Supreme Court ultimately rules in this Colorado case, it'll have massive implications that go beyond just one state. Right? If the Supreme Court rules that Colorado's law does infringe on free speech, it could either send it back down to a lower court for additional consideration, or declare that it's unconstitutional and just strike it down. And if the justices choose that second option, that would likely invalidate similar bans on conversion therapy in nearly 30 other states that have implemented laws meant to protect their own residents from a practice that is widely considered to be dangerous. But as far as what happens next, we're going to have to watch for the ruling, though very notably, we did see the court's conservative majority seemingly signaling that they would be ruling against Colorado during oral arguments today. But then, as far as political quickie news, this is the closest thing to a positive piece of news today, and that is if you live in California and you stream content, here's some good news. Gavin Newsom just signed a law that bans streaming services from cranking up the volume on commercials to make them louder than the content being streamed. Right, this is actually a pretty significant move because while federal law already requires TV and radio to do this, those laws, they don't apply to streaming services, as anyone who's ever gotten a sonic blast from a mid-roll ad on YouTube can confirm. Right, but now, starting in July under California's new law, major streaming platforms like Netflix, Hulu, Prime Video, and YouTube, they're going to have to start complying with federal regulations on the volume that traditional broadcasters are bound by. Right, and this is also standout news because of the timing. Right, this is going down as many streaming sites are now introducing tiered subscription models in the last few years that require people to pay more if they don't want to hear ads. And so, one, it'll be interesting to see if other states follow California's lead, or two, the platforms just make kind of universal or nationwide changes because they think that other states are going to follow suit. Well, it brings us to the end of this video. You've got even more a click away if you haven't seen already. You've got the most recent episode of my brand
I bought a new
podcast
ship.
and the newest Philip DeFranco show that you might not have seen yet. I've also got links in the description for both, whether you want to get filled in on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, or Spotify. But whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching.
Your skill
I love
has
you
increased.
faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
What's going on, friends? Welcome back to another New World video. Today we're going to be talking about the upcoming Night Haven expansion, which is dropping into New World Eternum on October 13th. Today we got a big juicy video from Amazon Game Studios. It was 1 hour 22 minutes in length talking about the expansion. What we're going to do in this video is condense that down into hopefully about like 10 minutes, a little bit more, a little bit less, going over all of the details, all of the things to get excited for with this big update. If you want to find the full video, I'll put a link in the description down below. But that being said, let's jump in and talk about Night Haven. And one of the features I'm most excited for with Night Haven is the Catacombs game mode. This is a brand new PvE game mode designed for 3 players, although you can enter and start clearing the catacombs as a solo. Doesn't necessarily have to be tank damage and healer. That's what we see in the footage here, but you can go in with a couple damage players, a couple tank players, even a couple of healers, as they say in the video. The goal, you have 30 minutes to go in, kill enemies, kill bosses, get loot, and get out. If you don't clear it in 30 minutes, GG's, it's over. After every boss, every boss kill, The catacombs will get more difficult, but the loot will get better. And they say the first 2 bosses should be doable by casual groups, and then from there on out, it's going to get more difficult, with the 6th boss being very, very difficult. There are up to 100 rooms in the catacombs, and it is randomly generated every time. So sometimes you'll enter into a puzzle area. Next time you go along, the second room in will be an enemy room or a reward room or something with parkour in it. So yeah, it's going to be different every single time. High level of replayability is what they were going for on this one. There will be a queue finder, but of course you can go in with your friends as a group of 3 as well if you want. One cool feature they're adding with the catacombs is what they call aspects. So at the start of a run, you'll be able to choose an aspect. These are basically power-ups or buffs that last for the duration of that particular catacombs run. One aspect that they give an example of is the aspect of the paladin, where every time you land an attack, you'll heal your teammates for a percentage of the damage. You can also see some other aspects on the screen here as well. There was one where you do a headshot, a crit, and then you can jump really far. So these seem pretty wacky. How many you'll be able to get in a run? I think they said there's 16 in total. But it effectively adds an element of roguelike to it, and obviously makes it more random in that you're not going to get the same aspects every time. Maybe some will be more powerful than others. And then you can also earn ascensions as well. Ascensions increase your health and damage by 10% each, and these are going to be given randomly throughout a run of the catacombs as well. You'll be earning sterlings from the first boss that you kill and every boss after that. The second boss and every boss after that will give you crowns. So you get sterlings throughout the run, and you'll only get crowns from the second boss kill onwards. And they say that
Pause it. I'll be right back. sorry. There we go. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I had my microphone muted. I'm informed that I am on my own, so I'm going to make some dinner. I'm going to get some beer and cook something. Give me just a couple minutes. I'm going to go piss and put something on the skillet and get a beer, and I'll be right back, guys. Terribly sorry. Actually, if I'm going to stay here, I will. This wasn't brand new. No, those are old. Nice. I'll use this to make a vodka drink. Just gonna double check, but I don't think she's probably outside. No. If she is, I can let her in. Nope. Okay, then. Okay. Sorry about that. Just mixing a drink, getting in for the long haul tonight. We're doing a slow MMORPG grind. Now something casts holy on me and I'm dying, and it's an alchemist and I'm dead. Dead as I got back instantly. Which is fun. Fun. Kind of fun, I gotta say. Couldn't you give me 1 second? No, pop background link. Well, I mean, this doesn't matter really.
Cooking some fiorchetti or something. I forget the name of the meal, but yep, making some food. I'm gonna have to go. I am going to. Where do I go? I'm going to go back to probably where I was. And I shouldn't have died like that, but I mean, I haven't been able to steal this item, so I shouldn't have died. I don't know why I died. It's fucking annoying. I know why. I got a long phone call. And I died, and it cost me half an hour of walking. Oh, I ran a bunch, but I'm so used to privates. But I guess I could have just taken a crystal to Rebeo, I guess. Yeah, Rebeo, and then run through Kutal again. Where's the crystal? There it is, and I can just go warping, teleport out there. It's still faster than private. Gonna stir my dinner now. I'll be right back. Skillet meal. Skillet meal's so good. Alright, let's go chop some wood. Go back out to those bandit mobs and not die this time. Got a long phone call. Oh, oops, I'm muted.
They didn't mention what you can use Sterlings for, but I'm going to assume it's another vendor that you can buy items from as well. Catacombs in general look super fun, high level of replayability. Every run obviously is intended to be a little bit different, and the fact that there are like cool skins and stuff that you can buy with the currency you earn from it, this looks really, really fun. One of the things that I'm looking forward to doing is seeing how far we can go solo in this, if we can just take some sort of like great sword lifesteal build and see if we can go through and get to like the third boss on my own. But generally, super, super excited for this one. In this dev video, we also got more information about the new zone coming to the game. It's called Night Haven. It is the biggest zone that's been added to New World so far. It will feature castles, spooky forests, spider caves, graveyards, like an Eastern European village, and stuff of that sort of aesthetic. You get the vibe when you're seeing it on the screen here. There's also a complete underground area, like a brand new area under Night Haven called the Underworld, which has various points of interest, including you can get gatherables and chests. There's new enemy types down here that they call nightmares. You can also swim underwater in this zone as a method of exploration, pick up torches and throw them. You can use torches to burn spider webs and rat's nests. Within Night Haven, there's also going to be hidden tarot cards. You'll be able to find these cards and then use them to unlock treasure chests or access tarot towers, I think is what they call them. It's going to function somewhat similar to the glyph system in Brimstone Sands or the animal patterns from the Elysian Wilds, if you guys have played either of those. But yeah, they're going to be quite difficult to find according to them. There's also going to be jump pads within the zone, which you can use to climb up and I assume find more cards and chests and hidden gatherables. So if you're somebody who likes exploration, there is going to be a lot to discover in Night Haven, according to the devs. The Isle of Night is the new raid that's going to be coming with the Night Haven expansion. This will be a level 70 raid designed for 10 players. It'll feature 3 different bosses, and according to the devs, it'll take a similar amount of time to clear as the current raid that we have right now, which is the Hive of Gorgons. We'll be starting in the docks and making our way through to the fortress, battling enemies and bosses along the way. They've also said there's going to be a randomized puzzle, just one, but one randomized puzzle, so you'll have to like figure out the puzzle every time you do the raid, whereas in Hive of Gorgons, we kind of just know exactly what we're doing right now when you shoot the spinning balls. One thing that they didn't show us everything. They said there's going to be a lot of new enemies, and we can see some of them here, but they did show us the first boss, which is the Jester, and man, this boss design looks really, really cool. They say the boss fight is very chaotic. It's going to require 2 different shot callers. I think that's for the raid in general. With the footage we can see, there's like a big wall of fire. He's summoning lots of enemies. At some point, somebody gets on a siege weapon. It does look absolutely crazy. There's also a suggestion from the devs that you'll want to run an off tank in this raid, so you'll need
to step away and stir my dinner. It might be done. Okay, sorry about that. My dinner's done, but it's got to cool down.
2 different tanks and yeah, 2 different shot callers as well. So a lot of crazy mechanics going on here. I don't know if like a random group is ever going to be able to complete this one, if it's going to be something that requires a lot more organization and structure, you know, like a pre-made group. They do mention, though, that the raid will be entirely lost enemies. So if you have lost coatings, lost ward potions, and you have the major lost trophies in your houses, it's going to help you deal more damage and take less damage in the form of the ward potions to all of the enemies in this raid. But generally, Isle of Night, we don't get too many more details, but it does look pretty cool. And like I say, that first boss, the Jester, really love the design behind this guy. Looks like it's going to be pretty challenging. Night Haven's also going to feature
sounds
a lot
weak
of new
to me.
enemies. The devs say that there's going
Kinda
to be
like
40
Elysian
new
Wilds.
creatures coming with this expansion, which would feature
Elysian Wilds was a
vampires,
little
were
weak.
creatures, inquisitors, ghastly horrors, and beasts. From the vampire side of things, they call them Upia. I was going to be calling them vampires. They have a tiering system, so like the high tier, which are the nobility, and then we have the lower tier, which are, I guess, like peasants. The higher tier can actually consume lower tier vampires to make them stronger, which is really cool. We haven't really generally have much AI interaction. AI doesn't interact with AI that much in this game, but we're seeing some evolution of that now in the game. From the were creatures side of things, we have werewolves, werebears, were-ravens. Some of these enemies do look like they use similar attack patterns and models from what we've seen in the game in the past. Although the devs do say that more than half the creatures in Nighthaven do have new rigs and new animations. So yeah, we will see a little bit of a...
You're boring me. I don't want any more spoiler than this.
Spoilers ahead. Trailer Park Boys is a Canadian mockumentary television series that has been on air for over 20 years.
I love this show. It's my favorite show.
This year, Trailer Park Boys celebrates its 21st anniversary. Since it aired in 2001 on Showcase, a then small Canadian TV channel, it rose from the underground to the mainstream, gaining a cult following along the way. It is also famous for the longest running joke ever.
You know what this is? Walkie-talkie? Jim, what are you...
While the boys have certainly stolen the hearts of millions,
Yeah, the drink, yeah.
the show has also received considerable criticism for violence and the use of profane language. Let's dive deeper into the history
Julian's
of the show,
drink
its
is the
meanings,
longest joke
writing, and
in television
characters. Trailer
history.
Park Boys started off as a low-budget short film titled One Last Shot, directed by the series creator Mike
I've seen it. It's good.
One Last Shot premiered at the Atlantic Film Festival in 1998 and saw immediate success, which led to the creation of the feature film Trailer Park Boys the following year. Mostly improvised and produced for less than $10,000, Trailer Park Boys was a raw, black and white approximation of the show we know today. Bubbles not being part of the cast yet. But it managed to garner enough attention to get picked up by the Showcase network, and the rest is history. The original intro from the feature film was kept throughout all seasons, which deserves some appreciation, as it is the perfect backdrop for the satirical tone of the whole show. Relaxed, romantic music paired with the idyllic trailer park imagery is disrupted with chaos and madness in the next scene of the episode. The intro is a slap in the face to the unrealistic representation of life in TV shows and an emblem to what Trailer Park Boys is all about. In the words of Mike Clattenburg,
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted.
He's
There we
also
go.
not actively trying to change the system around him. He's a symbol of the working class, whose uncertain fortune in the face of economic decline reflected the wider experience of Canadian workers at the time. Another example for the Hoser archetype are South Park's Terrence and Phillip.
You farted in court. Yes, Philip, I'm making a case for our defense.
While the Hoser's popularity comes from its everyman image, it is important to note that being straight, white, and male, the Hoser is not representative of Canada's diverse population. Trailer Park Boys deals with this problem to an extent by including black characters, although having them take on more of a group identity, and by exploring homosexual relationships, which is something I will discuss more later in this video. While Trailer Park Boys does to an extent perpetuate the Hoser stereotype, it offers an interesting and innovative take on it. Let me examine Ricky as an example to better illustrate this point. Ricky, played by Rob Wells, is portrayed as being highly undereducated, short-tempered, and determined to solve almost any problem by shooting it with a gun or
Your
hitting it.
skill
While
has
his
increased.
personality largely fits the Hoser archetype,
You have no idea how stupid you are, do you?
Actually, yes, I do.
his peculiar abilities
Actually, yes,
add
I do.
depth to his character. He's a creative storyteller, as he manages to fabricate convincing alibis on the spot when confronted by cops, and outsmart them 99% of the time. He's great at growing weed, and in his own way, cares a lot about his family. Ricky's malapropisms, or Rickyisms,
My wife we're talking about, she's not going to be wearing one of those cubic zirconium fucking things.
Cubits or Caribbeans.
We're going to need 2 turnips and heat. 2 turnips and heat?
It's probably DMCA. Oh my god. I just put this stupid ass pan on my shirt and fucking stained it and ruined it. What can I do? What can I do? I can't do anything. I'm dumb. I don't know why I did that. Well, anyways. Yeah. There we go. Okay, dinner time.
What the fuck are you talking about?
are developed to such lengths that they transcend their role of a superficial stereotypical characteristic and instead become highly anticipated moments in the show that shape him as a character and deliver humor beyond their archetype origins. Yes, they contribute to Ricky's Hoser status in the show, but there are also unique traits that paint Ricky as an imperfect character and make the audience like him, despite his many faults and questionable behaviors. Ricky is selfish, violent, corrupt. He regularly abuses Corey and Trevor, but we still find ways to like and sympathize with him. His circumstances in life were far from ideal. We see this from his father Ray, who is not exactly the model parent. Ricky's lack of education and his unfortunate circumstances humanize him, make his faults easier to digest, as well as distance him from being just a Hoser stock type character. Another thing worth mentioning is that Rob Wells portrays Ricky exceptionally well, which makes Ricky such a convincingly flawed yet likable character. Besides awesome character development, Trailer Park Boys challenges everything that a TV show should be, which leads me to my next point: anarchy. The antisocial, violent nature of Trailer Park Boys is a rebellion against the hegemony of American media and its prescriptive format for TV comedy shows. Especially in the early years of Trailer Park Boys, English language cinema in the North America was heavily dominated by the Hollywood media empire. Themes of Trailer Park Boys like habitual criminality, substance use, and homosexuality, combined with violence and cursing, all oppose what was deemed appropriate for TV broadcasting at the time. In addition to this, the lifestyle portrayed on American television in shows like Friends or Sex and the City differs significantly from the lifestyle affordable to the average viewer. Life in Sunnyvale is chaotic.
Is
and
much
its
more
residents
like
represent
how we
a
might
poor,
live.
marginalized part of society who, much like the average viewer, experience a range of problems on a daily basis. Viewers can identify with the daily struggle to get by more than with idealized depictions of life in New York apartments. Trailer Park Boys satirize these unrealistic depictions through excess.
What's
Ricky's
another
hounds
Trailer
to
Park
shirt,
Boys really
gold chains,
bad?
and Elvis hairstyles,
Or,
over-the-top
you know,
makeup
The
and
Wire?
outfits of Sarah and Lucy, and of course Bubbles' high prescription glasses. Getting drunk and chain smoking are part of the daily routine in Sunnyvale.
You have to let the liquor take absolute
control.
After which there's a 50% chance for a fist fight, ground wrestling Randy, or shooting a squirrel. While their features and behaviors are exaggerated, the boys still personify a more realistic physicality than the flawless skin, freshly cut hair, and defined abs of Joey and Ross. Trailer Park Boys departs from the fetishization of commodity culture endorsed in popular American media by openly mocking its polished, perfect look, and instead assumes that ordinary people living in a trailer park are worthy of media attention. Trailer Park Boys is also rebellion against the system and societal norms. It allows the viewer to explore fantasies of escapism from the rules imposed by the government. The show offers relief to the repressed fantasies of living outside of the system and organized society without having to deal with responsibilities.
Anyway, I slept there, had a pretty good sleep, but I still had to get up early this morning because I got responsibles now.
The more we
I got
understand the
responsibles
running gags
now.
of the show, the character perks, the more we feel like we belong in the Sunnyvale universe. And I mean, who wouldn't want to hang out with the boys, have a beer, and forget about work and deadlines for a while? Trailer Park
Who
Boys
wouldn't?
has an anti-capitalistic tone. Unlike reality shows like Big Brother and Survivor, who are all about getting ahead in life by winning a huge prize, the boys are all about getting by. Making money is also a major driving force in the show, which leads us to the next point. Economics. Freedom 35, the name of Bubbles' beer brand, the guiding star for all money-making endeavors. The boys do not have full-time working careers. Instead, they're outcasts who lack opportunities for upward mobility. Even
Upward mobility, it's a dream I'll never reach, but I've tried so many times.
Leahy, who had a full-time job as a cop, gets kicked off the force. Making a living is a major topic of the show, with most of the action being pushed forward by attempts at making money. This is another major difference between Trailer Park Boys and mainstream TV, where the financial side of things is usually left out. People just magically have enough money to afford rent in the middle of New York City, drinks at a bar every night, new clothes, vacations. Trailer Park Boys shows us a different reality, where people are months behind on their lot fees, struggle to afford food and drinks.
Can I borrow $30? What are you, crazy? I don't have that kind of money.
I don't have that kind of money. What are you fucking talking about? I don't have $30.
But also dream of financial freedom and strive to achieve it, although often failing. Through all of this, the show normalizes poverty and working class dysfunction, but at the same time, it doesn't simply reproduce cultural stereotypes of white trash identity. The boys aren't lazy. Instead, they're productive, inventive, and resourceful. They exhibit great creativity through a range of economic schemes like DIY projects, cultivation of plants, creation of alcohol products.
This here is rock vodka, you know what I'm saying? Can I get a Jaya?
Illegal and legal business
Can I get a
ventures.
Jaya?
Bubbles, played by Mike Smith, is perhaps the most interesting example for creativity and resourcefulness. He was initially supposed to be a secondary character, and in season 1 and 2, he remains mostly uninvolved with the criminal activities of Ricky and Julian. In later seasons, Bubbles becomes one of the boys, with more and more action revolving around him.
Go
As the show progresses,
Bubbles!
Bubbles develops from
I'm
a
Bubbles.
shy cat lover to a complex character, a musician.
I remember Bubbles' first line in the first season. He's like, you know, Plato was a very smart man. He said there was such a thing as a noble lie, a concept of a noble lie. If you want the people to believe something so badly, they will. It's called the noble lie.
Wrestler, inventive, intelligent, and compassionate. His relationship with Julian and Ricky also changes, from being pushed around by them to calling the shots and having agency into decision making. He also ends up founding several companies, starting small with Kittyland Daycare Center, Shed and Breakfast, and selling burritos to the oldies, to his scrumdiddly tomato sauce and own brewery in season 12. While mostly successful in these endeavors, Bubbles is shown to have financial difficulties. Besides his struggles in early seasons, where he mostly mostly gets by salvaging shopping carts, his debt to eons in season 11 can be interpreted as criticism of the consumerism mindset and the exploitation of the everyman by company schemes such as buy now, pay later. Finally, I want to
Eons
talk
fucked
more
me up.
about
I
the
hated
space of the trailer
Eons.
park itself and the representation of its community. Sunnyvale Trailer Park is a physically unappealing environment, polluted with garbage, broken glass, and full of stray cats. Despite this, the trailer park residents, and especially the boys, love the trailer park and would go to great lengths to protect it. The trailer park aesthetic represented in media, in shows like The Beverly Hillbillies, My Name is Earl, in movies like 8 Mile and $1 Million Baby, in video games like Trevor from GTA 5, and in animated shows like Kenny from South Park, typically presents narratives of redemption while critiquing poverty. The story follows trailer trash type characters' attempt to escape the atrocious environment of the trailer park. Most of the action takes place outside of the trailer park itself, and the characters living in it are associated solely with negative connotations like questionable morality, stupidity, criminality, and violent behavior. In contrast, all the action in Trailer Park Boys takes place in Sunnyvale, with the exception of the occasional trip to downtown Halifax. The boys dream of spending their lives in Sunnyvale and don't intend to leave even after repeated attempts by Leahy and Randy to force them out. Julian, portrayed by John Paul Tremblay as the unofficial leader of the trio, makes purchasing the park his mission, through which he wishes to provide independence to the whole community. I personally find Julian to be the least developed character of the trio.
I don't know. I think Julia was the most developed.
Spirit of the Sunnyvale community. Trailer Park Boys offers a different take on the trailer park aesthetic. The community of Sunnyvale is tight-knit, acceptable, and deviates from stereotypical depictions of the trailer park. At the same time, it is not idealized. Trailer Park Boys combines the good with the bad. We get violence, but also kindness. We get anger, but also acceptance. A good example for this is the relationship between Leahy, played by the late John Dunsworth, and Randy, played by Patrick Roach, who both adopt some typical hoser characteristics. Leahy being a heavy drinker, and Randy being addicted to cheeseburgers. Besides sharing stereotypical white trash traits, they're in a homosexual relationship and engage in, after coming out to the Sunnyvale community, Randy and Leahy are accepted by everyone, contrary to what is expected in the context of a white trash trailer park. We might expect to see a homophobic response, teasing, and perhaps even violence. But instead, everyone just literally goes meh.
Yeah, that's what we do. We think, hey, you're just one of us.
Apart from the traditional representations of trailer parks. Trailer Park Boys took us on a wild ride, and I've certainly enjoyed watching and rewatching episodes. If you've enjoyed this video, please hit the like button. No, but seriously, hit the like button.
Yeah, this was a good review. It was good. Yeah, it was good. I liked it.
Hello.
Warp drive active.
Your skill has
Yes, I
increased.
got it. I got it. I got it. Leaving. Leaving. Bye. It's like Hearthstone. Bye. Bye, bitch. I got it. I got what I needed. Bahota. Oh, I got what I needed. That's a good way to end this stupid 3-hour mission that I did. I got what I needed. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Okay, travel to Juno to reload. We are going to that one. Yeah. Let's go do the level cap. I got the level cap done. Yay! I spent like hours doing this, and I was like, man, I'm really like fucking the dog out here. I didn't want to say it out loud because I was like, well, what if it drops? What if it drops the next steal? So I didn't say anything negative the whole time. And eventually, what I wanted happened, you know? Now I want to play some Overwatch 2. So here we go. We're going to Overwatch 2. Oh, yeah. There's amazing. I could start on this tomorrow pretty much. I could do Abyssia. Here we go. Hello? So here we go. Okay, the microphone's back on. I'm trading the thief's testimony here. Here we go. Okay, so I am currently logging in Overwatch, and I'm trying to fight this. I'm gonna do the Mats fight. No. What happened? Oh no, did I fuck this up somehow? Did I zone out when I shouldn't have, or what? Oh, I think I fucked this up. I can't even target this thing. So you're like glitched or something. I'm gonna log out. God damn it, man. Another phone call and another half an hour fucking gone. Or no, it's probably 2.5 hours. Probably 2.5 hours. Just like last time. I just like, god damn it, man. Like, come on, man. Like, I was right here at the end of this, and I took a phone call, and now I got my brain scrambled. I came back in, and nothing. I zoned out when I shouldn't have zoned out or something dumb. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Let's see if relogging fixes it. Come on, man. Tell me that you fix this and let me do my challenge. Don't make me get another fucking test. Please don't make me get another test. Please don't make me get another test. Please don't. Oh, please. Please, please, please. Oh my fucking god. Okay. There. It let me do it. It let me do it. Oh, thank fucking god. Thank fucking god. Oh, thank God I didn't lose my progress. Oh, thank God. I was so fucking worried that I lost like 3 hours over that. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. This is going to be easy. Yeah, I'm going to get what I came for without piece of shit developers getting in my way. Yeah.
We're gonna win this. There it is. It's over. Yeah, trust make this way easier. Okay, we got what I came for today, which is my level cap is removed and I can go level. Ooh, I got a scroll of instant warp. Yay. 19 seconds. I got it in 2 minutes 19. Okay, we're done. I believe I can go back to Matt now. I'm doing stadium. I've been banned for 6 days. I've been banned. I got a week long ban out of competitive. So I just won't play this game for a week, I guess. Goodbye. Man, I caught a week for what? Oh, is there a crystal here? No. So, instant warp. We got the cap gone. That's good. Ooh, the XP cap is gone. That's good. I can get 5 more levels. That's really good. Yeah, I got a lot done. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a shame. I was enjoying comp, and then I got a week ban. Oh, well. Yeah, I'll just play some Mortal. Screw it. It's fun to block a bunch of people. Most of the gaming community is entirely undesirable.
Now, how did I end up here? Odd. But okay. Could go over and get an instant warp scroll and then go back to Juno.
Hello, guys.
The amount of freedom that is available to American citizens has rapidly degraded in the last year, starting with the day that Donald Trump got elected president for a second time. The last time I felt anything like this level of cracking down on individual freedoms was 9/11, 2001. And that's an event that I thought most Americans looking back 25 years would say, that wasn't good. What's this other jet doing? What's this other jet doing?
Yep.
Our very freedom came under attack. With the Homeland Security Act, we're doing everything we can to protect America.
A snapshot there of one of the saddest days in perhaps international history.
At least two
National
people
history.
died when hundreds of Afghans rushed the tarmac holding on to an American military. The America that I and hundreds of millions of people knew is gone.
Gone.
And will never come back due to the broad, sweeping changes that have been made to foundational institutions in this country. All of these changes are to support a completely different set of priorities for our federal government. A year ago, erasing trans people from public life was not a priority of the American government. A year ago, we didn't have masked federal agents combing this country looking for immigrants that were nonviolent, productive members of the community in order to deport them to countries they've never been or lock them into concentration camps. A year ago, we hadn't passed a budget which stole healthcare away from millions of poor people in order to fund more tax cuts for the rich. A year ago, we didn't have a vice president that encouraged online mob violence, going around harassing people's employers, trying to get anyone they didn't like fired. And a year ago, we didn't have a president who labeled the most mild dissent with his actions and policies as domestic terrorism. Friends, that is what fascism looks like. A charismatic leader comes to power predominantly by demonizing their opponents. They then replace everyone in the bureaucracy underneath them with loyalists who are more than willing to implement their corrupt and self-serving policies. As the communities at the center of their oppression resist, they make more and more excuses to crack down harder and harder onto them, all while the broad mass of people are either too ignorant, misinformed, or afraid to do a damn thing about it. When an authoritarian state decides that it wants to go to war with a broad swath of its citizenry, it rips the political middle out from underneath all of us, forcing everyone to choose either active resistance or passive support. This video is for all of the people now who are finding themselves radicalized, wanting to get involved, wanting to resist, but reasonably afraid of what might happen to them if they do. Whether it's because you personally are part of the ever expanding groups of people that are being actively targeted by the state, or maybe you're like me and just care about the way other people are treated in this country and are very concerned about the direction America is going and want to do something other than post about it. To stay safe while resisting an authoritarian regime requires developing a strong security culture. To be an effective activist as long as possible requires extending that security culture to the individuals you work with, groups you're involved in, and actions that you take. And that is what this video is designed to assist you with. I want to use my knowledge of cybersecurity, my experience operating in the streets, and my desire for justice in order to help you become an effective and safe activist. Now, the last thing I want to mention before we get into it is that this is not going to be an all-inclusive security video. In fact, there can never be an all-inclusive protest activist security video because security is insanely complicated. So I'm going to be dropping more resources into the description of this video for you to take on as a next step in improving your security posture and making you an effective advocate. The first step I want to walk you through is asking some questions about your life and your circumstances that are going to be critical in asking some of you an effective advocate.
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
When we talk about the police, we often picture the most visible part: uniforms, patrol cars, someone stopped or arrested. But policing is bigger than that. In this episode of Direct Action 101, we're digging into the surveillance side of the state, the less visible, more constant ways we're watched and tracked every day. From your phone's location data, to Ring doorbells in your neighborhood, to facial recognition at protests and beyond, surveillance has become a part of everyday life. And it's not just about preventing crime, it's about control. It's about manufactured consent. This technology didn't fall from the sky. It's funded by governments, sold to police departments, used to target the same people the system always has: Black folks, undocumented folks, poor folks, organizers, and beyond. Surveillance is a pillar of modern policing, and to understand policing and how we can protect ourselves the ways that the state tries to curb against our privacy and sow dissent in movements, we have to understand how it watches, categorizes, and punishes, even when no one's wearing a badge. Welcome to Security Culture 101, Part 2. the tools of the state.
It's not really an innocence as much as it is also a global perspective that's pretty extraordinary. There's simply no way to predict that this revolution will come to an end. What will be next?
I'm really glad that folks have enjoyed part 1. And part 2 is going to be a little bit more of an extension. We're going to be talking about the tools of state surveillance, the mechanisms that go into these tools, how these tools work, whether it be drones, whether it be CCTVs, whether it be social media scrubbing, whether it be physical surveillance, infiltration, entrapment, so many other things. And I've done so much research into this video. All of these videos, I've done so much research. So if you want to show some love, go to the comments, hit the notify button because that helps boost this channel. And after part 1, this video felt necessary as well because some of this is about the logic of policing. Some of this is about the industry and infrastructure of policing, all of the money that goes into carcerality and surveillance. It's a massive industry in the US and globally, especially now as there's rising fascism. Because, I mean, look at the weaponry stocks post this most recent Nakba against the Palestinian people. So it's important to think about all of those things when deciding how we want to operate on a security culture level within our own framework, based on the surveillance that you're facing, based on the ways that different modes of surveillance can detect or gain information from you. You react and resist accordingly. And that's what this video is going to be about. So this video is going to be helpful for folks that got like a base level of knowledge from the first video, but want to dig in deeper. And it's also going to be helpful for folks that have some kind of sense of what security culture is, some kind of sense of the different ways that the state can survey us, but maybe you don't know about the specifics and you want to dig into it more, and you maybe want to use this as a resource to help folks around you. And in part 1 of this video, I really want to dig into what is policing and the illusions of the logic around policing.
The law enforcement officer approaching the group, the nightstick, the uniform, creates a hostile, menacing image. Unnecessary physical contact further escalates the sense of hostility.
Where's the permit? Also, it's in my other pants, man. Where's your other pants at? In my closet. You don't know how much you have? Get out the car. Get your hand out the car. Get out the car. Get out the car. Off the car.
This arbitrary and threatening attitude is seen as further proof of hostility.
Get out. Look, what are you going to do with it? No more. I'm with you. Back out the car. Get out the car. Off the car. Get off the car. You tell us to get out. Oh, man. Let's go. Get off the car, punk.
When viewed through the eyes of the group, it is therefore no surprise that this interpretation may result in the situation.
On a socio-political level, we are born and raised in a world where we're taught
my level cap raised.
You guys are black, you're trans, whatever. So be careful. Say yes sir, no sir. Don't end up like these horror stories throughout history, which is that police in the state exist to exercise a monopoly in violence. So
Hello, Alexam. I'm here to ask you a question about Final Fantasy XI in the modern age. They raised the level cap to level 99, but I'm used to level 75 cap content. If I stay at level 75 cap content, even though the cap is 99, can I still get merit points, or can I only get merit points at the level of 99? What level can you start getting merit points? If I keep the cap at 75, will I get merit points, or do I have to go to 99?
In Final Fantasy XI, merit points were introduced after the level cap was raised to 99. You can only earn merit points once you've reached level 75 or higher. However, you don't need to be at the maximum level of 99 to start earning merit points. As long as you're level 75 or above, you can earn and spend merit points, regardless of whether your level cap is set to 75 or 99.
So I don't have to go past 75. I can just make merit points at level 75.
Exactly. You can start earning merit points once you reach level 75. You don't need to go beyond that level to start earning.
So I have this weird plan in my head of trying to cap out merit points for the job of scholar as 75 for a long time while I do older content, and then eventually I'll go up to 99 once all of my merit points are capped out.
That sounds like a fun plan. You can definitely earn and allocate merit points for your scholar job at level 75. This
Very good, thank you. I should do campaign. I should go learn campaign. Or, well, I should go unlock scholar now. I should go unlock scholar now. They want me to do the Battalion Downs Esma. And then they want me to get, oh yeah, a stack of vellum, which I'll do campaign for Void Dust to get vellum. So let's go look at let's go look at FFXI. Let's ask the AI immediately about this. Hi, I'll examine Final Fantasy 11. If I want to start campaign battle, can I do it at level 70 or do I need to be higher? Will the mobs kill me?
You can participate in campaign battles at level 70. The mobs in campaign battles can be challenging, but with good strategy and teamwork, you can definitely take part and have a great time. Just make sure to be cautious and work with other players to stay safe and effective in battle.
Okay, so I can go do campaign at level 70, huh?
Absolutely. You can join campaign battles at level 70. Just team up with others and you'll be able to contribute and have fun.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I gotta go pee. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. I'm just, you know, like checking.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Damn, I finished that, huh? Let's go again. Just completely leaked.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Damn it. What am I even supposed to do?
Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
least it wasn't vodka. At least it was juice. Fucking dumb. Sissy. Let me give my cat 5 minutes to come inside. I'm gonna go hunt for my cat. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna go start campaign.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set.
So I bought a new ship. Here it is. Fucking huge. I need a captain. So I actually have to find people who are hiring right now. Here we go. Here's the captain.
Wow, I made it right to where I was going. Look at the maw. It's so cool. There, I got a captain for my new courier ship. It's probably got more space than what I've currently got.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, my axe is all broke. Nothing happens.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Crew ore. Okay, so I haven't gone to the Juno Maw, apparently. I've got to go to the Juno Maw. So I'm going to go back to the city. FFXI is so complicated and dumb. Just as bad as EVE Online in some ways. But it's also cooler. Like, for instance, this server, Ashura, has been running since day one. And ever since the content was released, like ever since Chains of Promathia, or really it's Altana, Wings of the Goddess, campaign has been going for, I don't know, 17 years. And you can participate in it, or you cannot participate in it, but it's still going. It's going in the background no matter what, and I kind of want to get back into it. Think Alterac Valley in World of Warcraft, except like way cooler than that. But I mean, it's about the same thing though. You kind of get sent to the same 5 to 10 battlegrounds that you normally go to. But it's PvE, and when you get there, you've got to kill a bunch of PvE mobs, which is annoying as a single player, but with trust, it'll probably be really fun. So I'm gonna go and try to go to that right away. Let's see if the Void Watch Purveyor will just take me to the to the town.
I somehow have 126,638. And I can buy Void Dust somehow, but I don't want to.
Autopilot jumping.
So there's a Void Watch Purveyor, and I just read about that.
Moving to Stargate.
This is like faction warfare, but it's PvE. So I need to go to Crawler's Nest S. I haven't gone to a maw yet, so we're going to take a crystal out of here to... If I'm going to Cavernous Maw for Winders, then I've got to go through Crawler's Nest, so we'll do... what is that? Crawler's Nest is Lower Juno. So I'll go to Juno. Lower Juno. There it is.
Approaching Stargate.
Notice how this game lets you AFK farm. Most games won't let you do that. And I actually really like it. EVE Online's the same way, and so is X4. Anything that'll let you AFK farm to some huge goal is actually so dope. Now, I own this ship. And I have a captain in it now. $299,000. I don't have it. See if anybody else is around and selling. I don't think so, but anyways, we go up. There's somebody. I want to hire you on my Magpie for service crew. Yeah, he did it. He did it. But my sound for this game is not on. Oh yeah, the voice. Yeah, we'll put the voice up here. Yeah, he's like going straight to the ship and right up the ladder. I love that. Look how good the AI actually is. Me too, brother. I'm going to service this ship as a captain.